Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby.
Welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 14 on the racing calendar. Let's take a look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, on the jockey side, we had Jorge Carreno, Leroy Nelson, and Neville Stevenson, all of them with 2 wins. Neville Stevenson winning with the Golden Boy with City Champ, who is now 3 in a row here at the Downs and extended to 4 in a row. Going back to Golden Gate. And on the trainer side, Wendy Anderson had the hot hand as she had 2 winners, including City Champ. It's kind of an odd day where closers started out doing well, and then it was the speed horses at the end of the card. Guys, what did you see?
Yeah, I agree with you, Kurt, exactly what I was going to mention. First of all, City Champ is right now the champ of the 3-year-olds here. Probably the next stop, probably their Derby trial, I would think. With the champ, and see if the horse can handle the 2 turns. Completely agree. Started out closers. I seem to not take the right. I kept thinking a horse could clear and didn't clear, and set it up for the closers. One thing of note: the Gooch in the first race, another Golden Gate horse, ended up winning. Went in 12-3, the same speed as the champ went, in bookend. So it's interesting. Kind of make a point to that I think the Gooch can probably move up in class and maybe face some allowance horses next time. Both pick 4 and pick 5 paid very well. There was that one long shot that I should have looked at the replay, didn't look at the replay. Maybe I have that horse.
After we looked at
yes,
it, and
lesson.
We've seen things.
Correct.
That wasn't in the comments on the right side, and that's why you look at replays.
Exactly. So mistake there, got to learn from it. So aiming to be better today. So Kurt, I think let's be better today.
All right, let's do it. Let's kick things off with the maiden race for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred fillies and mares 3 and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 4, Queen's a Devil, and we're going to start off with you, Marshall.
Yeah, okay, sounds good. The other comment I'll add to what you guys have just talked about is keep in mind that was bottoms, maiden bottom claimers. So in those races, even though there may look like a standout, don't take a short price, because those are horses that are lightly raced and can certainly improve. Workouts are an awesome tool to pick out clues as to which ones will likely improve. So we missed that one, but hopefully we can get the next one. We've got bottom maidens here to kick things off here for race number 1. There's an early scratch in number 4, Queen's the Devil, that definitely impacts the race. I think Queen's the Devil was a top contender. Now I'll go to my top choice, My Trudy. Like the work coming in, second start off the layoff. That was a sloppy track. First time out, thought she ran a good race. That was again with horses that had already won. That was the non-winners of 2 lifetime. So she's back in here against straight maidens. So that's a good drop. If you look back to last year, she ran against Melisandre, who's now 6 for 6, an unbeaten 3-year-old filly here at ASD. So she's been keeping good company. So I think My Trudy, it's her race to lose. I used the 3 Tia Time. You get a good jockey change. Jorge Carreno, our leading rider, takes over. Also has a nice 3 furlong blowout coming into the race. Had a bit of trouble in last, so again, should improve. Sophie McTrophy had been dropping into that race. So I think it's 2, 3. I used the 5 for third. Kurt?
Yeah, over to you, Stretch.
Yeah, I'm with you. You basically covered everything, Marshall. The 2 is out of condition. I tried this yesterday, didn't work, but I'm not going to give up on this angle because usually it's going to pay off. The 3, my only concern, double bad gate, 2 bad gates, maybe 1 not as the horse's fault, her fault, with the work since. That's my second choice. Maybe if it gets out, maybe the upset. I've got a 2, 3, 5.
Yeah, I like 2, 3, and 5. My Trudy actually ran a really good race in there. Yes, was beaten by 8.5. But the winner won by 7, so it was a length and a half out of second money. Love that blowout move, going 3 furlongs and 35-4. I think My Trudy is the speed in here. But I like Elsie's Wish over Tia Time to run second. 4th beaten 11 last time out. They weren't going to beat Home Early Shirley or Lalia Victoire. This horse needed that race. That was against Open Company. Now goes back against breeds. This is a better spot, but I'm with you with the 3 horses, but I'm going 2, 5, and 3. Now we're carrying on to race number 2, a $5,000 claimer for fillies, mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go the 7 furlong distance. Stretch, what do you have in here?
All right, let's start with, take note, 7 furlongs, 2 turns, because these horses had run before going only the 1 turn, so really it can be different. I'm going to go to the 1 horse, I think, which is the controlling speed. Last night I was wrong on who I thought the controlling speed. Hopefully it's better today. 7 furlongs, speed on the rail is very tough to beat when the horse gets out, so watch out for that. Now, the only negative, not to mention also the horse came off the pace with a very good first effort. I do realize that Button Mushroom has beaten the 1 a few times, but in those races there was some other speed, and I just think that the 1 is that much sharper right now. Button has shown some, but if the 1 gets loose, watch out. I think she turns the table on the other ones. After that, it becomes kind of the closers. Obviously, we know who West Princess is from the other week with the long shot. Take note, though, it was a very good pick, obviously, by Kirt. He liked it because of other speed. I don't think there's other speed in here to go. That's why I've got the 3 in second. Just take a note also of how often this horse is in the money going 7, just always in the money. And then my last one is basically the unknown horse that we don't know, and that's the 6, the Invader from Sam Houston. Again, needs a pace to back up. If there is a sudden somebody goes after the 1, maybe this horse could upset. So I'm going to go 1, 3, 6, Kirt.
Okay, Marshall, what about you?
Well, I'm with Stretch. This is my top play of the day. I love the 1 in here, Kamano Comet. I liked this horse last time as a long shot underneath, but this horse ran a huge race. Watch the replay. This horse broke tardy. Then made a wide move, kept coming late, and was pulling away late. Basically, I was really quite surprised at the effort. Today, I think she goes right, or he goes right, or she goes right to the lead. Pardon me. Looks like lone speed. This horse is a win machine, almost winning a third of her lifetime starts. 12 out of 45. 12 wins from 45 starts. 2 for 6 at ASD. I think she makes it 2 in a row. Like Stretch mentioned, those races last year where Button Mushroom beat her. Button Mushroom was in peak form then, which clearly she's not quite yet. So I think with the lone speed today, Kamano Comet, it's her race to lose. I used the 6 undivided for second. I'm concerned that the horse doesn't have a work in 23 days. It's just over that 3-week period for me, but I think definitely the back class is there, coming from Houston, where she's been running competitively and actually winning at around the 5,000 level. So for me, the 6 for second, and I threw in Button Mushroom for third. She was too far back last time for 6 furlongs. I think the horse is definitely better at 2 turns, which she'll get today. So I do expect further improvement. Give me the 1, 6, 5. Kirt?
Well, Marshall, I can't believe you left out West Princess. Last year, I picked West Princess against Button Mushroom, and she always caught up to beat me. But this year, I think the tables are turned. Great race by West Princess, first time out. Not her best distance sprinting, but she does well sprinting. But 7/8, I think she'll be much better. Kamano Comet, I'm with you, will be the speed of the race. But West Princess, don't expect it to sit at the back of the field in here. This horse does have tactical speed when it wants to use it. Sheldon Chickeness, I don't think will let this horse go. If Quietly Quick or Babylon Will Fall sacrifice on the front against Kamano Comet, it will set up for a closer. And I think West Princess is the one to fit the bill. And I do like Undivided. This is an interesting Invader coming by way of the Jerry Gorno barn. You never know how these horses are going to do. Button Mushroom was a Remington 5,000 horse, not even getting a sniff. But this one was one of the favorites going 5,000. So Undivided just might be a really good one. But I have the same 3 horses. I got 3, 1, and 6. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off the jackpot pick 5 with the carryover over $91,000 for this $5,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds. Filly mares that are non-2-lifers, again going 6 furlongs. And you're going to start us off, Marshall. Okay,
yeah, pick 5 starting to get up there for sure. I think this is the first time I felt in a while that there's a chance it could go today. if the right combination of horses or long shots do come in. I think there's a couple of vulnerable favorites in here. Having said that, I went to the 6 in here, Truly and Terrific, who is the morning line favorite. This horse looks like the most speed to me. One interesting sort of comment or observation I made on this race is that every horse in here is making their third start off the layoff. So we should expect, in theory, based on their form cycle, the best performance from every single horse in here. Having said that, there are a couple of horses that have certainly run better and not necessarily run as good, so they might need an extra start or two. So again, I think Truly and Terrific showed good improvement last out. She has been racing into shape. Maybe gets the first win for Lee Delaron tonight. Goes gate to wire. Remy Rising Star, the 4-horse. New rider, new trainer, maybe equals a better result today. I bet the horse last time pulled up in the turn. I'm glad to see she's back on the track though. At best, I think she presses the 6. I used the 2, Barbie's Quest for second. Is deep closer. Does get extra half furlong today though to run into. And she was making a nice move, so I expect her to pick up the pieces. I used the 5, I Spy My Little Eye for third. Again, third start off the layoff, Neville sticks. I think this horse will just sort of chase the 6 or maybe even chase the 4 and the 6 around the track and hang on for second or third. So 6, 2, 5.
Okay, Stretch, what about you?
Thanks. This is one of those races that they don't quite take turns, but we kind of get those long shots. I think we've got 3 closers, 3 speed horses. I think the 6 is the most speed. That was my top selection just because I think the horse can potentially clear. I'm not sure how the 4 or 5 are doing. Maybe they're declining based on the last couple races. If the horse gets loose, potentially. If not, if 4 and 5 sacrifice, then it becomes 2 and 3. I consider the 2 and 3 very similar type horses. Who gets the better trip pounces and closes late. So basically, I've got 6, 2, 3. If there's a duel, it's 2, 3, 3, 2, 6. Kirt?
Well, that's what I have, Stretch. You have the 6 on top. I think there is going to be a pace battle. Remy Rising Star, I think, will show more speed and was right there after the first quarter mile, and then faded to the outside as being pulled up. Truly and Terrific was out by 3 and then tired late down the lane. But I don't think this is Truly and Terrific's best distance. When Truly and Terrific runs really well at this distance, it's off the pace. But the rider has been sending it to the front. There is other speed, so I got to go to the closers. I went to Barbie's Quest, who was absolutely flying last time out with Valente. Valente got the jump on her, ended up getting the win, and almost caught Truly and Terrific. If that race was 6 furlongs, would have beaten Truly and Terrific by many in there. So that's my top choice. I also like number 3, Coco Padrino. First time out, this horse made a really wide rally on the outside of the track and didn't get beat by much as Little Miss Zach got away on the field. Last time out, made a belated rally after breaking slow, and not to help anything, Jockey Jorge Carreno lost the stick down the lane, so that didn't help things either. So I am going to the 2 closers, 2 and 3, and the speed horse Truly and Terrific to round it out. Now we're carrying on to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, a $3,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers, going 6 furlongs. Stretch, what do you like in this one?
Well, I don't like much in this, but I think all 6 can win. I'm expected to give you my selections. I will give you my selections, but really, whether you trust me or not on the selections, here we go. I had one set of selections. I've looked at this race so long, and then I decided to switch it. I've decided to look for the closers and kind of swing for the fences. Originally, I thought maybe the 2 could clear. I've decided not, so I'm going with the 3. I think the horse can close. Ran basically evenly first out. I don't really worry about the claiming level. There is some back class in there. The average effort was good enough for me to kind of set it up. If you look at the start of last year, this horse was in a couple stake races. Maybe it can return to form. That's my closer at the end if I can get the duel. My second selection is the horse that I did like last time quite a bit, surprised on how much they bet, and that's the 4. I thought it toyed with the field. Basically, it's 3 out of 5 winning at 6 furlongs. The horse probably can sit just off and make that big move and take over. Runs back to those Remington Park races, watch out. I'll throw in the 5, the miler, picking up the pieces late. If there is the duel, that's kind of what you're left with. I will just, as I mentioned, the 2 was originally my top pick. I've removed it because I think there's too much speed. So Kirt, I'm going to go 3, 4, 5.
Okay, what about you, Marshall?
Okay, I think there's a duel here for sure between the 2 and possibly the 1. Dropping speed on the rail, coming here from Century Mile. I think the 1 could potentially stalk as well, but likely is some pace pressure for the 2, maybe even the 4. I think the 6 should get the best trip in here. Second start off the layoff for Jared Brown. That's a 27% win clip for him with that angle. I like the fact the horse is taking a small but significant drop from 5,000 to 3,500, and I definitely like the jockey upgrade. You get our leading rider Jorge Carreño taking over. We saw Brown and Carreño get another win last night with Marquis Well, and I believe that puts them probably at around the 50% mark, or just under, for about 13 starts. So they're having lots of success. The horse that came back, who forced him in second, Anwar, in that race, came back to win again, moving up, I believe. So clearly a very competitive race. I used the 1, Cara Miamina. I'll let stretch.
Karamiyamai?
Oh, would you need some help with that?
Yeah.
I should let you help him out stretch.
Of course. So I used the 1 for second. Again, the drop. This horse has been facing tougher. I think will be competitive in here. I just don't trust Gold Diggin' Darlin' at this point. I think the horse needs maybe 1 or 2 more starts. And then the 3, I used the 3, Videra, big long shot in here. Like the work coming in. This horse has backclass and could get a good setup if there is a real heated battle. Moving up, obviously, from 2,500 to 3,500 off of that, but that Kamano Comet race where I think that horse comes back to win again tonight. So long shot, 6-1-3. Kirt?
Yeah, well, it looks like we're going to mention every horse in the race. I like Gold Diggin' Darlin'. I'm going to take it on top. The speed of the speed in here. Yes, Karamiyamai and number 6, Small Surprise. They offer speed to the race, but I think they're both going to be stalkers in here. Small Surprise lost to Gold Diggin' Darlin' only by about a length. But I think the horse ran a really good race on a track that was not favoring speed at all. So if she can get away and get that loose lead once again, I think she will carry it. But if she is a short price, I will look elsewhere. Small Surprise, I think, will move forward because that was the first start of the year. Now making the second start, made a bid, and then kind of flattened out, got beat by 4.5. So I think this horse will improve a couple lengths. So if Small Surprise is you're getting better odds than Gold Diggin' Darlin' around post time, I might go that way. And know what I mean? Stretch said it. This horse ran much better races earlier on at Remington Park. Did toy with that field of $1,500 claimers. How good is this horse? Well, we are going to find out today. But what I did like is that the horse came from just off of it in that 1,500. So I think it'll be a big player. I'm taking 2, 6, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a $5,000 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are maidens. They're going to go the 5 furlong distance. Marshall, are you going to take the big fave?
Yeah, well, I think you have to. I'm going to use this horse defensively. Bet against her last time. Did better the first time. I mean, it's now or never time, in my opinion, for Storm Squall. I see the distance is the key. 5 furlongs does get the cut back from 5.5. I think she just puts the brakes on at 5 panels, which is what I've said in the past. 5 starts, 4 wins, so there's definitely a case of seconditis here. She's used to finishing second. That is a concern for me. So I'm going to use a couple of others. The 7, Crimson Bow, dropping from maiden special weight. Obviously, that's a big drop. Was well meant, I think, at about 4-1 in that first start. So we'll see if she can improve second start off the layoff and with the big drop. And then the 5 is interesting. The firster, a secret agent gal, Courtney Ross, has a couple of horses in here. This is the one I prefer. I like the 2-5 furlong works. 2 sibs, horse named Tucker Time, 10 starts, 4 wins, 1 second, 4 thirds. Won her first 3 starts. Another one, Unified Hearts, who's had 17 starts and 3 wins and some other minor placings. So there is a decent pedigree there. Again, looking for a big upset, obviously, with that one. Give me 6, 5, 7. Kirt?
All right, Stretch, what about you?
All right, I am not falling for the trap on the 6. I'm going to put the 6 second. Yes, the 6 probably can win. It's $2.80 on the board. All those seconds. It's just not a horse I can't put on top. The cutback and everything. I am going with the 7 as my top selection. Marshall made all the points. The drop ran evenly. Maybe takes over late. I added the 4 as my third selection. I liked this horse a little bit last time. Needed a start after the long layoff. So, Kirt, simply 7-6-4.
And myself, I like the way you guys are going because I love Storm Squall. I think this is the winner in here. That cut back from 5.5 to 5 furlongs. There isn't a lot of speed in here. The 2 Justice was served, has some to offer up, but was beaten by a good horse last time out, I Am Anya, who came back in the non-2 and ran a game second. So it was beaten by a good horse in there. And Goldshaft has been flying at her for the last couple outings, but wasn't able to get there. This going back to that 5 furlong distance, I just can't see her getting beat. I also like number 1, Indy Front, a Tampa Invader coming here, and yes, 17 starts, only 1 third place finish, but that's tough racing down in Tampa. We've seen a lot of horses come here and flourish on our racetrack. Hits the bottom, and I'd take a shot on this one. A nice work coming in 37 flat, and I do like Patty's Choice to run much better than last time out. Not much of an effort, but did come off a 2nd place finish to end off the 2020 campaign. I'm expecting more, but I'm taking 6-1-4. Now we're carrying on to race number 6, an allowance race for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred colts and geldings, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, what do you got in here?
All right.
Should be a great race.
It should be a great race. Looking forward to it very much. You mentioned that it was all the breeds, but you would never know that all these horses run against open and stuff. This is a competitive, top-notch race with the horses in here. Very good to see with the Manitoba breds and others in here. I went with the 7 as the key for me on actually some of my sequence bets. And the reason was I liked how Kayla tried to race this horse going a mile or 7 furlongs last time and did make a bit of a move and then came up short. I think this perfectly sets this horse up for this race. Stalking on the outside, the horse usually is right on or near the lead, but that cut back for me makes this horse easily my top selection, and I like when trainers change it up a bit. I did go to the 1 as my next selection. This horse is a runner. Very, very good horse, is in the money all the time. Needed the last race, should be closer. I guess if the 7 gets hung out wide, 1 gets a dream trip up the rail, maybe the 1 can beat the 7. And then the last one I will mention just briefly is the 4. Very good figures. If the horse can come off the pace, watch out. We saw what happened though to that Silver Blitz horse, Euro Silver Blitz, yes. Showed speed yesterday in the stakes race and faltered late. So it shows that horse kind of backs up. So 7 is my top selection, 7-1-4.
Okay, what about you, Marshall?
Yeah, I think I'd text both of you guys saying this is a great race. This is by far my favorite race of the night. Just from a spectating point of view, a race fan point of view. But it is actually a good betting race also. What I find cool is that we've got several 3-year-olds that have had success early in their careers. They're testing older, multiple winners in here, so we'll see how they stack up, obviously. I like the 7 on top. It will depend on the actual shape of the race, whether or not that horse goes wide and the 1 gets an inside trip and gets through. That would make the 1 my top choice. I think it's those 2 with the 4 for third. I'm going to pass on the 3-year-olds in here. So 7-1-4, Kirt.
Yeah, I'm with you on the top 2, Del Vecchio and Percibility. But my third choice you guys have overlooked so far, I think, is Bite the Bullet Bro. This horse actually ran a really good race last time out. Bothered at the break, then had to chase Hot Rodding around there every step of the way. Lost by 4 lengths in the end to Silver Spun, who we absolutely loved at the 75 level. And if Silver Spun was in here, definitely it would have been one of us would have took it as our top selection. And this horse only had that start under the belt. Now gets to go forward off of that. It might be the controlling speed, and if that does happen and Del Vecchio wants to sit back, Percibility, and the 3-year-olds just aren't up to it against these older horses, Bite the Bullet Bro might be the one being a good pick in your pick fours, but I'm taking 7, 1, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, our Jackpot High 5 race, a maiden allowance race for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs, scratch the 2 locked in. All right, what do you got in here, Marshall?
Well, this is a really good race to close off the card and close out the pick 4, pick 5 sequences. I went to, first of all, it looks like there is potentially a duel in here, unless you think one of the horses can get loose. Which, if it is going to be anybody, I think it'll be the 6, Major Shepherd. This horse has been racing at Century Mile, showing good speed. I don't like the fact that this horse has been the beaten fave in the last 3 races, and I do think maybe the 4 Pucker could show some speed to duel. If that happens, I think the 8 Red Astaire should get a good stalking trip, get first run, blow by them in the lane. So really all depends on how the race takes shape. Those are the 3 horses I like, 6, 8, 4. Kirt?
Okay, what about you, Stretch?
Not my type of race. We've got 4, 5, 6, and 8. All like to run second. It's going to be interesting in the stretch. I think at least 2 of them are going to be bobbing heads trying to figure out who wants to beat who. It's like, you go ahead. No, you go ahead. And then it'll be noses at the wire and somebody will accidentally win the race. I've got the same as Marshall. I think the 8, nice trip, stock, take over. I think 6, as he mentioned, is the most speed. 4 is kind of the next speed. The Call of Cups has had too many chances. So 8, 6, 4.
Yeah, I'm with you on 6 and 8. I like both of them. I like that the 6 has already won but was disqualified. But to round it out, I like number 1, Devil's Time. First time out, made a belated rally, and really needed that start last time out. Again, made a belated rally, beat 9 3/4, but that winner did win by 8.5 lengths. Devil's Time is one of those horses where the trainer doesn't have them ready first time out. They got to kind of get their fitness, and I think now third start off the layoff, Devil's Time will make a big late move, and if there's going to be a big pace battle, this could be another bomb for your pick 4. Good luck with all your selections, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, scratch number 4, Queen's the Devil. That's race number 1, scratch the 4, Queen's the Devil. Now turning your programs to race number 2, number 1, Kamano Comment, correct the weight to 121 pounds. That's race number 2, number 1, Kamano Comment, correct the weight to 121 pounds. Now turning your programs to race number 3. In race 3, number 4, Remy Rising Star, make the jockey Nyrone Austin. That's in race 3, number 4, Remy Rising Star will now be ridden by Nyrone Austin. The carryover in the jackpot pick 5, just over $91,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Just a few overweights, and they're on your monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 5. Again, just some overweights. Turning your programs to race number 6. Kicking off late double wagering. Only one overweight, and again, on your monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our jackpot high 5 race of the evening. Scratch number 2, Locked In, and number 4, Pucker, will race with blinkers on. That's race number 7, scratch the 2, Locked In, and number 4, Pucker, will race with blinkers on. The carryover in the jackpot high 5, approaching $13,000. Well, it's an absolute gorgeous evening for racing here in Winnipeg. Currently under partly cloudy skies, 23 degrees Celsius or 73 degrees Fahrenheit, and the track is listed as fast. A fast racetrack for this evening's 7 races, and we're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 16 minutes. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the Tuesday evening card with a $5,000 claimer from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred maidens that are fillies and mares 3 and up. They're going to go the 6 furlong distance. Scratch number 4, Queen's Devil. Marshall, why don't you start us off?
Okay, Kurt. Well, I'm going to make a quick comment. We see here, this is bottom claimers, state breds. We saw what happened yesterday in this race, which I made a comment on during ASD Live, that anything can happen. A lot of these are lightly raced horses, so improvement is likely. The key is trying to figure out which ones are likely to improve. Maybe it's a jockey change, maybe it's a workout, something like that. Maybe it's a troubled trip, which you guys...
which we found yesterday on the winner.
Right, after the fact, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was a little too late.
Right, but anyway, so we'll try and go through here, leave no stone unturned, so to speak. Let's start with the 1, Queen's Crown, currently 6-1 on the board. Second start of the year, hasn't really shown anything for me in the first 3 lifetime starts. I shouldn't say that. Has shown speed, and then runs for about a half a mile and then quits. So gonna need something to sort of change for this horse to get this 6 furlong distance. I'll tab for another date.
Yeah, they even toyed with blinkers in the last start for the first start of the year, and that didn't work out. It sharpened the speed maybe a little bit more, but Queen's Crown, to go the full 6 furlongs today, they're going to have to harness that front end ability, but I think it's going to be a tough task. We better wait for later there. Good. We're carrying on to number 2, My Trudy. All of our top selections in here. Dropping in from an on-2 lifer, which was a tough one with Amy on tour. Ended up winning that by 7. Was only a length and a half out of second. And the second place finisher, Sophie McTrophy, won her previous race by an easy 7 lengths. And this horse had some good races last year also. Absolutely.
If you look back, Melisandre is the name that stands out. That horse is 6 for 6. Certainly a champion Manitoba bred, just coming into herself. I really like the big work on June 15th, 35-4, an excellent blowout coming into this race. And take note, that was a sloppy track on June the 9th, so who knows, maybe she didn't love the slop. She was in tough that day. I expect improvement back in with maidens today.
And we're carrying on to number 3, Tia Time. Very lightly raced. First time out, veered in, lost rider in the 1 try last year. This year, though, ran against Sophie McTrophy there and was right there to the head of the lane and then started backing out of it. Ended up getting beat by 11. I think this horse can definitely move forward off of this. Does have a good work coming in 36-4. Is this the one to fill your exactor?
Yes. In fact, I give a small shot to have the 3 even beat the 2 in here. I love the jockey change. You're getting our leading rider, Jorge Carreño. And this horse did have trouble in the last start. Broke last and steadied, so improvement definitely expected.
Off to number 5, Elsie's Wish. Made the first start against open horses and now comes back against the breeds. Ran a pretty good race in there, beaten by 11. Home Early Shirley and Lila Victoire, the top 2, were the well-bet horses in the race. And Elsie's Wish got beat by Halo's Phenomenon, but all 3 of those weren't Manitoba breds. I think this horse fits in this race.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the drop just into state breds or Manitoba breds, like you said, is certainly going to help. And the horse ran evenly, so we'll see. You never know. This horse could improve. I like the 6-1 odds, that's for sure.
And carrying on to number 6, 4 Sox. Only 1 start last year. Really didn't show anything after breaking slow out of the gate. Has some average workouts coming in that aren't too bad. A couple of half miles in 50. Where do you think 4 Sox fits in here? Do you take it in your top 3 or do you watch and see 1 start?
Yeah, watch and see for me, Kurt. Pass.
All right, let's carry on to our wagers here in race number 1, and we're going to start it off with you, Marshall. What do you got?
Well, I'm going to keep it simple. I like the next race quite a bit. I do think the 2's the most likely winner. I'm going to bet a $20 double 2-1.
All right, Stretch. He's got a $20 exactor, 2 and 3, and I'm going against both of them as I got a $20 exactor, 2 and 5. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 1, and we'll see you back for for race 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is Queen's Crown, owned by Starfield Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Shamari Muir. Number 2 is My Trudy, owned by Fred and Debbie Rawson, trained by Fred Rawson with Stanley J.D. Jr. Number 3 is Tia Time, owned by Larry Falloon, trained by Devin Gittins with Jorge Carreño. The 4, Queen's a Devil, was scratched. Number 5 is Elsie's Wish, owned by Larry Falloon and Darren Bouchard, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Leroy Nelson. Rounding out the opener is number 6, Four Socks, owned and trained by Blair Kidd, Neville Stevenson aboard. Post time for race number 1, 7 minutes away. Ladies and gentlemen, in this, the first race, number 3, Tia Time, has returned to the paddock for a tack adjustment.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Bottom state bred maiden claimers to kick off the card tonight. These can be tricky races. I do like the big favorite, My Trudy, has a nice 3 furlong blowout coming into the race, dropping from non-winners of 2 lifetime back into maidens. I don't like the price. Maybe using a double with the 1 in the next race to extract some value, or maybe using an exactor with the 3, who I like for second in here, and turn 2 to 5 into 2 to 1. Kirt?
Yeah, I'm with Marshall in here. I really like My Trudy. Last race was against winners in a non-2 lifer, and the winner was a convincing one, winning by 7 lengths. The horse that ran second, though, Sophie McTrophy, that was a horse that won its debut here at the Downs by 7. So it was in good company. Now against maidens, this is the horse to beat, but I like the 5 to fill in my exactor. Good luck here in race 1. Tia Time has now returned to the racetrack after that equipment adjustment. Post time for race number 1, 3 minutes away. The speedy Queen's Crown. She's the first to go in. Next up, the overwhelming 1-2 choice. My Trudy goes right in. Tia Time was being a little fractious behind the starting gate. Will load by herself without Jockey Jorge Carreño. Once she's in, he'll climb back aboard. Now just 2 left to load. Elsie's Wish. And there's 4 socks from the outside. Field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little awkward was My Trudy. From the inside, as expected, Queen's Crown. Straight out to capture the early lead. And now widens to about 2.5. Tia Time. The stalker in here, creeping up on Queen's Crown. Then it's Elsie's Wish, recovering My Trudy in 4th. And the trailer is going to be 4 socks, who has about 8 to make up. The opening quarter, 23-3. And Queen's Crown still loving it on the front, uncontested, and opening up by 3. In an all-out drive is the favorite at 1-9. My Trudy trying to get at her from second. Tia Time fading to 4th. As Elsie's Wish is finding some late run. And 4 socks still the trailer. They hit the head of the lane. Queen's Crown. The strides are shortening, and My Trudy, the favorite, now goes on by and takes command. Elsie's Wish making the rally for second. Well, this is all My Trudy getting it done. Elsie's Wish in second, Queen's Crown third, and 4th to 4 socks. The stewards opposed to number 2, My Trudy. As a race winner, number 5, Elsie's Wish. Finishing second, third to number 1, Queen's Crown, and 4th to number 6, 4 socks. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 47-3. Time for the 6 furlongs, 115-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 2, My Trudy. My Trudy is a bay filly, 3 years old by True Sense, out of the mare Dominant Currency by Silver Deputy, owned by Fred and Debbie Rawson, trained by Fred Rawson, and ridden to victory by Stanley JD Jr. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:15 and 3. Number 2, My Trudy, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Keaton and Aiden Ziprick. And number 2, My Trudy, was a CTHS sales grad, and upon that maiden breaking win, did receive a blanket presentation from the CTHS. In the upcoming second race, number 1, Camano Comment, correct the weight to 121 pounds. That's here in race number 2, number 1, Camano Comment, correct the weight to 121 pounds. Post time for race number 2, 18 minutes away. And they're off. Breaking a little awkward was My Trudy. From the inside, as expected, Queen's Crown. Straight out to capture the early lead. And now widens to about 2.5. Tia time. The stalker in here, creeping up on Queen's Crown. Then it's Elsie's Wish, recovering My Trudy in 4th. And the trailer is going to be 4 Socks, who has about 8 to make up the opening quarter, 23 and 3. And Queen's Crown still loving it on the front, uncontested, and opening up by 3. In an all-out drive is the favorite at 1-9. My Trudy trying to get at her from second. Tia time fading to 4th as Elsie's Wish is finding some late run, and 4 Socks still the trailer. They hit the head of the lane. Queen's Crown. The strides are shortening, and My Trudy, the favorite, now goes on by and takes command. Elsie's Wish making the rally for second. Well, this is all My Trudy getting it done. Elsie's Wish in second, Queen's Crown third, and 4th to 4 Socks. And welcome back down to the paddock for race number 2. We have a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Stretch, you're going to start it off with the one, Marshall, with the one Camano Comet.
Yeah, we are sans stretch tonight.
Yeah, stretchless.
We are stretchless. You and I. Okay, let's go through these. The Camano Comet, out of the one hole, we're going 7 furlongs, so 2 turns. Definite advantage to horses on the inside and horses that have speed on the inside. I think Camano Comet fits that build to a T. This horse had this is a replay worth watching. This horse ran a big race last time. Granted, that was 2,500 non-winners of 1 for the year, but basically fell out of the gate and then had to...
Dead last.
Yeah, dead last, then had to bob and weave through traffic, made a nice move on the outside, and just kept coming. At a distance where he usually doesn't run. Most of his races, if you go through the PPs, are 2 turns. So I think today we see him in this race go right to the lead. He knows how to win. He's got 12 wins from 45 starts, 2 wins from 6 starts here at ASD. That's my top pick, Kurt.
Yeah, if Camano Comet gets the early lead, gets the first quarter in 25-2 or 25-3, and has the lead by 2 lengths, this one could be over early on. But I think there's a couple other horses that have speed, the 2 Quietly Quick and the 4 Babylon Will Fall. They're the ones who could pressure. But Camano Comet, even though it won for 2,500, jumping up to 5,000, definitely this will be a big player. Now over to number 2, Quietly Quick. Never really showed a lot last time out. Did steady, and but was beaten by 11 in the end. Maybe the sloppy track was the undoing of Quietly Quick. This horse has done well at the 7 furlong distance, winning 2 out of 3. But do you see it getting a piece of it today?
No, I mean, if you look, the 2 of those wins have come on synthetic when the horse was racing at Woodbine. Dirt record at ASD last year wasn't that inspiring, so I'm going to keep watching. This is Jared Brown's 2nd horse that he's entered in here, with the 1 being the first, and I think this 2 is just a watch once.
Okay, over to number 3, West Princess. Lit up the tote board last time out at 25-1. There was a lot of speed that day, and West Princess just came charging down the lane and got up to win by 3/4 of a length. The horse that ran second, Anwara, came back to jump up to the $7,500 level and win. So West Princess was in really good company, but not getting a lot of respect right now at 5-1.
No, certainly last time was the time when you wanted to have her, and you did. That was a big pick. But tonight, more bettors will be on her. You won't get that same price. She just doesn't get the same setup from the look of things in here, with there not being that same sort of speed. And I know Button Mushroom has beaten her a number of times. She did flip the results last time, and she seems to be in better current form than Button Mushroom in my books.
Yeah, over to number 4, Babylon Will Fall. Had 2 starts already, both of them at the sprinting distance, 5 and 6 furlongs. Here's another one that maybe didn't like the off track last time out. First time, I thought, ran a better race against sharp contrast. It was a speed with Who's a Diva Now, and Anwara ran him down. Last time out, ran an even effort, but was on the outside. But I think this horse might flash some speed in here.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's a stalker type for sure. You look at those races back at Hastings and Century Mile, where she was up close to the pace. I think we see more of that today. She did make a bit of a move, like you said, and flattened. 3rd start off the layoff, so I think we'll see her best today so far for the year. And some of those back numbers from last year are good enough to win this for sure.
Okay, over to number 5, Button Mushroom, 6-1 with juicy odds right now. Button Mushroom ran a huge race first time out and closed like gangbusters against Camano Comet, running 3rd. Then jumped up to the $5,000 level, was beaten by West Princess, and did show a bit of late run, but not a lot. But now she's back to the distance. She absolutely loves winning it twice out of 4 tries.
Yeah, absolutely. I think last time out she was just way too far back. I think she also prefers the 2 turns. That's where she did have all of her success here last year. I do expect a good effort and improved effort today. Just, again, there isn't that pace. So we'll see if she can. Get there. But I'm definitely going to use her as a B horse in some of my horizontals.
Now over to number 6, Undivided, coming by way of Sam Houston and most recently Lone Star. Here's a horse that has tactical speed, always sitting right near the pace, trying to make a late run. Did win the non-2 of the year at Sam Houston back in mid-January. Undivided, another Gorno special, I like to call it. How do you think this horse fits in this race?
Well, I think she fits for sure. Those races at Remington and Houston, those are tough races. We always talk about the quality of the fields. And this horse has been running in some optional claimers, running evenly and winning the claiming 5,000 races. No work, 23 days, so that's on the cusp for me. I like to see a little more recency. But Jerry Gorno knows how to bring these in and take them right to the winner's circle.
No doubt about it. All right, let's go to our bets here in race number 2. And we're going to start it off again with you, Marshall.
Okay, well, I bet a double in the first race. I'm single to the 1. I'm all in on the 1 here. I'm betting a $2 pick 3 wheel. King the 1, 3 horses with 4 horses. Cost me $24.
We got Stretch betting the exactors, also with Camano Comet on top with 3 horses for 15. I'm going after the pick 3, but I'm going right back to West Princess after that dynamite debut. And then I'm key with all, but I'm betting a $5 ticket. That'll cost you $30. Good luck here in race number 2, and we'll see you back for race 3 to kick off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $12,000. Number 1 is Camano Comet, owned and trained by Jared Brown. Jorge Carreño in the saddle. Number 2 is Quietly Quick, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jared Brown with Dwight Lewis. Number 3 is West Princess, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 4 is Babylon Will Fall, owned by Karen Bjartson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Leroy Nelson. The 5 is Button Mushroom, owned by Cranky Acres Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Stanley Chady Jr. Rounding out the field is number 6, Undivided, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Richard Mangley. Post time for race number 2, 5 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Well, 2 turns here in race number 2, 7 furlongs. The start of the race is basically right into that first turn. Inside speed always has a distinct advantage in here. I like the 1, Kamano Comet. Horse ran a big race last out to get the win. Moving up in class here today, but I think lone speed should be able to get the trip that he likes. He knows how to win, having done so 12 of 45 times in his career. Top pick, number 1. Kirt?
Yeah, myself, I like number 3, West Princess. Another huge effort last time out to get up to win in the final strides in a race that did have a lot of speed. But the horse that it beat, Anwara, who ran second, came back to jump up to win for 7,500. I do respect the race on Kamano Comet. If she can get loose and have an easy lead, she's going to be tough to catch. But I don't think West Princess will be sitting far away because she loves the distance also. Good luck here in race number 2. Kamano Comet, the first one to step in. Next up, Quietly Quick. Now West Princess's turn. Babylon Will Fall. Stepping up next. She walks right in. 2 left to load. Button Mushroom. Now just waiting on Undivided. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Kamano Comet showing speed, but so is Quietly Quick. In between horses, these two set to do some early battle. Babylon Will Fall. takes on back in third. On the outside in fourth, Button Mushroom. Then it's West Princess on the rail. And Undivided is the early trailer, about 8 off the lead. The opening quarter, a quick 24-1. Caimano Common and Quietly Quick battling it out 3 lengths in front of Babylon Will Fall. Still 4 more back to Button Mushroom, 2 more to West Princess, and Undivided still unhurried at the back of the field. They're starting to get a little closer through a half in 48-3. Caimano Comet now spreads the lead to a length and a half. Babylon Will Fall on the inside, getting closer. 3 more back. That's going to be West Princess and Button Mushroom. Undivided, the trailer, now only 6 off it. They hit the head of the lane. Caimano Comet with the lead. To the inside, Babylon Will Fall. On the far outside, West Princess absolutely flying at Caimano Comet. West Princess, today's the day again. She's going to win by 3. Caimano Comet second best. Third goes to Undivided, and fourth to Button Mushroom. The Stewards opposed to number 3, West Princess. That's a race winner. Second goes to number 1, Caimano Comet. Third to number 6, Undivided. And fourth to number 5, Button Mushroom. They went the opening quarter 24-1. The half 48-3. 6 furlongs, 115-4. Time for the 7 furlongs, 129-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2, that's number 3, West Princess. West Princess is a bay mare, 6 years old, by Empire Way, out of the mare Walk West by West. Owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo, and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickeness. Time for the 7 furlongs, 129-4. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. Number 4, Remy Rising Star, make the jockey Nyrone Austin. That's here in the third. Number 4, Remy Rising Star, make the jockey Nyrone Austin. Jackpot pick 5 wagering, the carryover over $91,000. They'll go to post in 21 minutes. Set, they're at the boats. And they're off. From the inside, Kamano Comet showing speed, but so is Quietly Quick. In between horses, these two set to do some early battle. Babylon Will Fall takes on back in third. On the outside, in fourth, Button Mushroom. Then it's West Princess on the rail. And Undivided is the early trailer, about 8 off the lead. The opening quarter, a quick 24-1. Kamano Common and Quietly Quick battling it out 3 lengths in front of Babylon Will Fall. Still 4 more back to Button Mushroom, 2 more to West Princess, and Undivided still unhurried. At the back of the field, they're starting to get a little closer through a half in 48-3. Kamano Comet now spreads the lead to a length and a half. Babylon Will Fall on the inside, getting closer. 3 more back. That's going to be West Princess and Button Mushroom. Undivided, the trailer, now only 6 off it. They hit the head of the lane. Kamano Comet with the lead. To the inside, Babylon Will Fall. On the far outside, West Princess absolutely flying at Kamano Comet. West Princess, today's the day again. She's gonna win by 3. Kamano Comet second best. Third goes to Undivided, and fourth to Button Mushroom. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. We have a $5,000 claimer for Manitoba, North Dakota, Saskatchewan, and South Dakota breds that are fillies and mares, non-3 lifers or non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlongs. We're going to start taking a look with number 1, Marion's Bird. Marion's Bird was a winner at the end of 2019 in Saskatchewan. Had that time off, came back. So far, a couple lackluster races, 7th and 8th. Only has beat a couple horses in those, and it's pretty well the same field coming back from Marion's Bird. Do you think maybe this horse is going to get a wake-up call today?
Well, I mentioned this on ASD Live. Every horse in this race is making their 3rd start in the form cycle, so I think we should expect the best from every single one of these horses. Whether that's good enough, only one horse is going to win, obviously. So whether that's good enough for the one, we'll see. Really hasn't shown much. I'm going to keep watching and wait until this horse does show me something. Was wide, wide post, and was racing wide in the last 2 starts. So maybe the inside post will help, but it can't hurt. But I prefer others.
Yeah, so far it's kind of hard to tell whether if there is any track bias towards horses with speed or closers. The speed in the last race, that was quite the duel in 24-1. Yeah. We don't usually see him go that fast going 7 furlongs. The race before was a horse that usually quits at the head of the lane, actually lasted a little bit longer. So we'll see how that plays out. Let's go to number 2, Barbie's Quest. Barbie's Quest, first time out, was beaten by Little Miss Zach, Valente, and I Spy My Little Eye. Valente did come back to win the very next start, beating Barbie's Quest again. This is a horse that has no early speed at all. Would love to see the 4 and the 6 and maybe throw the 5 in there. All go battle it out because this horse will fly down the lane. I really like the way it ran last time out, and the odds were good at 10-1.
Absolutely. I don't think we're going to get 10-1 today, unfortunately, but I think this horse does have a shot. Depending on the race shape, if we do see a duel between the 4 and the 6 at the very least, fast pace, this horse is going to be running late. Gets that extra half furlong to run at today. So I think we'll see, if not first, a second must use underneath in your exotics.
Yeah, you see that the 3rd start last year, the horse only lost by a neck to Sask Lady, who put a couple nice wins together. So Barbie's Quest, a late closer. The 3, Coco Padrino, closed first time out on the wide side of the racetrack, was only about a length and a half out of second money, and then in the comeback race was rallying again, and the jockey ended up dropping his whip at about the 8th pole. But Coco Padrino, think this horse can move forward. Jared Brown's horses are running really well right now.
Yeah, they are, and the jockey combo of Carreño and Jared Brown is red hot also. They had a victory last night. They're just about 52 or 50% rather from 13 mounts. So definitely a possibility. I prefer the 2, Barbie's Quest, as a closer over the 3, but certainly this horse will be charging late as well.
Over to number 4, Remy Rising Star. Rider change in here. Nairo and Austin will ride Remy Rising Star. First time out, duked it out with Little Miss Zach and Truly and Terrific, and then faded as most of them did, and was beaten by double digits in there. In the comeback race, this horse was right there on the turn, and then all of a sudden got pulled up to the outside, and DNF did not finish.
No, I mean, we get a new rider today, a new trainer, so does that equal better result? That's the question. I bet this horse last time. I thought the horse would improve off that first tightener, having been away for about a year and a half. Though, I mean, the horse has the back numbers to certainly beat this field, but we'll have to see if she can come back strong. She's a wild card for me in here. I do prefer others, but she could certainly interfere with the race shape.
And over to number 5, I Spy My Little Eye. Ran a really good race first time out in a stalking role. Almost got second, but Valente got up to steal that second place away. Last time out was sitting behind the speed of Truly Terrific, but had no punch at the end. So I Spy My Little Eye. You think it goes forward? This horse used to come off the pace a couple times last year, especially the time that Rafael Zentino Jr. ended up getting left in the gate when he stumbled and ran that great second to Simply Fabulous, who was loose on the front end. I would like to see this horse come from off the pace.
Yeah, I think that's her best shot, especially in today's field. You know, you just look though, Kirt. The horse had no wins last year. Has never won at ASD. Those 3 wins have all come at in Saskatchewan at Marquess Downs. So for me, there's other horses in here that I prefer, especially at low odds. Which the horse is usually well bet.
Definitely is. And over to number 6, Truly and Terrific. First time out, had to duke it out with Little Miss Zach, who Little Miss Zach went out of that race, and she ended up winning a first level allowance, a huge jump, so was in good company. And then in the comeback race, Truly and Terrific had the loose and easy lead down the lane, but Valente came from the back and swooped her to win by 2 1/4 lengths. Now they're going a little farther. You know she's going to the front. Do you think she can take it the whole 6 furlongs?
Well, I think she's definitely needed those first 2 starts, so we'll see her best today. She will be fitter. I thought there was a big improvement last out, and Sheldon Chickness has stamped himself as one of the better riders here. So I think he should be able to guide this one gate to wire. Yeah, I like her chances.
All right, let's head to our bets here in race number 3. And we're starting it off with you, Marshall. As usual, Stretch goes after the pick 5. He's only spending $24. Wow, he must have went for the car change on there. He has a key, a couple horses, but he does have the all button. What about you? 64.80.
I think there's a couple of races that are wide open, so I'm going to take a swing at it today. I'm going to take a bunch in each leg and hope for a couple of bombers and for a payout.
Myself, I'm going to make it simple. 20 to win on number 2, Barbie's Quest. Hopefully get the same kind of result as West Princess in the last race. Be coming from the clouds, trying to swoop them all. Good luck here in race number 3 with your jackpot pick 5 wagers. And we'll be back for race 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,600. Number 1 is Marion's Bird, owned by LT Stables and MJ Stables, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is Barbie's Quest, owned and trained by Marion Johnston, Stanley Chady Jr. aboard. The 3, that's Coco Padrino, owned by Jared Brown and Lucky 8 Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Remy Rising Star, owned by Gerald Babchishin, trained by Murray Duncan with Nairo and Austin. Number 5 is I Spy My Little Eye, owned by B&K Racing, trained by Mike Taphorn with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field and parading early was number 6, Truly and Terrific, owned by Don Senebal, trained by Lee Delaron with Sheldon Chickness. Jackpot pick 5 wagering. That pool will be over $100,000. They go to post in 6 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Well, this race is all about whether or not there's going to be a duel or whether or not the 6 Truly and Terrific can get loose on the field. The 4 is the wild card, new rider, new trainer. So we'll see if this horse does have the back speed and the back class to certainly press the 6. If that's the case, then Barbie's Quest, the 2, will be charging late. She's a deep closer, but could get the right setup in here. Those are my top 2, 6, 2. I'll use those in some exactas. Kirt?
Yeah, myself, I like number 2, Barbie's Quest. I think there is going to be that duel emerge between the 4, Remy Rising Star, and number 6, Truly and Terrific. And you can even throw number 5, I Spy My Little Eye, to sit really close in the race. So I like the closer, Barbie's Quest, with the other closer, number 3, Coco Padrino from the Hot Barn. Good luck here in race 3. Marion's Bird will be the first one to take her place in the starting gate. Barbie's Quest, the next to move in. Coco Padrino now steps up and in. Remy Rising Star's turn. Next up, I Spy My Little Eye. And now just waiting on Truly and Terrific. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the outside, Truly and Terrific. Away well to take the early lead. Stumbling early, I Spy My Little Eye. Back in second. Remy Rising Star, I Spy My Little Eye in third. Fourth on the rail is Marion's Bird. And Barbie's Quest and Coco Padrino unhurried at the back of the field. 7 off the lead. The opening quarter, 23-3. Truly and Terrific running easy. With that lead still by a length. Back in second, Remy Rising Star making a bid. 3 wide. I Spy My Little Eye. A gap of 3 more back to Barbie's Quest. And your trailers, Marion Bird and Coco Padrino. The half, 47-2. And Truly and Terrific has now opened up the lead to 4. Remy Rising Star trying to hang on for second. Barbie's Quest rallying hard at the outside at the 16th pole. Truly and Terrific. Barbie's Quest is going to give it one last try, but Truly and Terrific hangs on. Second goes to Barbie's Quest. Third to Remy Rising Star. Close for fourth. The stewards are posted number 6, Truly and Terrific, as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, Barbie's Quest. Third to number 4, Remy Rising Star. A photograph has been called to determine the 4th place finisher. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 47-2. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14-4. Results of the photo. Show number 3, Coco Padrino, finished in 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. There's a rider's objection here in race number 3. Neville Stevenson aboard number 5, I Spy My Little Eye, has claimed interference against the unofficial winner, number 6, Truly and Terrific, and jockey Sheldon Chickeness. Rider's objection, 5 on 6.
Just outside the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 3, that's number 6, Truly and Terrific. Truly and Terrific is a bay mare, 6 years old by True Sense, out of the Mare Neighborhood House by Song and a Prayer. Owned by Don Sandoval, trained by Lee Delaron, and ridden to unofficial victory by Sheldon Chickadas. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14 and 4. Number 6, Truly and Terrific, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Ken Pollock. Once again, we are awaiting the rider's objection here in race number 3, 5 on 6. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards have disqualified number 6, Truly and Terrific, for interference with number 5, I Spy My Little Lie. And with that disqualification goes behind the 5. So your new order of finish, 2, 4, 3, 5. And that is now official. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the television monitors is the objection tape from race number 3. Pay special attention to the 2 outside horses. Number 6, Truly and Terrific in black. And then green is I Spy My Little Eye. You can run the tape. As you see, they are together right here. And then the contact is made. Let's run that one more time. As they come out, you see the 6 going for the front, but contacts number 5, I Spy My Little Eye, interfering with them. Now we got the head-on shot. Can you back it up, guys, please? This is the North Tower head-on shot, if you can back it up. As you see, the 6 horse starts on the outside and then comes into the path of number 5, I Spy My Little Eye, interfering with them, thus the disqualification. Objection! In the upcoming 4th race, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, there are no changes. But we'll carry on with the rest of the changes in the pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5, also no changes. And no changes in race number 6. Turning your programs to race number 7, scratch number 2 locked in. And number 4, Pucker, will run with blinkers on. That's race number 7, scratch the 2 locked in. Number 4, Pucker, will race with blinkers on. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. They go to post in 22 minutes. And they're off. From the outside, truly and terrific. Away well to take the early lead, stumbling early, I Spy My Little Eye. Back in second, Remy Rising Star, I Spy My Little Eye in third. Fourth on the rail is Marion's Bird and Barbie's Quest and Coco Padrino. Unhurried at the back of the field, 7 off the lead. The opening quarter, 23-3. Truly and terrific, running easy. With that lead still by a length. Back in second, Remy Rising Star making a bid, 3 wide. I Spy My Little Eye, a gap of 3 more back to Barbie's Quest. And your trailers, Marion Bird and Coco Padrino. The half, 47-2. And Truly and Terrific has now opened up the lead to 4. Remy Rising Star trying to hang on for second. Barbie's Quest rallying hard at the outside at the 16th pole. Truly and Terrific. Barbie's Quest is gonna give it one last try, but Truly and Terrific hangs on. Second goes to Barbie's Quest. Third to Remy Rising Star. Close for fourth.
And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. Time to kick off Pick 4 wagering. $25,000 guarantee for this $3,500 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go the 6 furlong distance. First off, let's take a look at number 1, Cara Mia Mine. Cara Mia Mine comes by way of Century Mile, brings speed to this race, but there is speed all over it. With number 2, Gold Digging Darlin', number 4, Know What I Meana, and number 6, Small Surprise. Cara Mia Mine, I think, was just racing a little bit over its head. The fractions aren't that solid there. Like the last race went in 112 and 2, and just the other night we seen Stonecarver going 107 and 1, which is absolutely amazing. So Cara Mia Mine, how do you like her chances?
Well, hold on a second. Before I get into race 4, we got to do a quick recap here, Kirt.
All right.
You are on fuego, I believe is the expression. 3 for 3 with your bets, and you got a $5 pick 3 going to all in here. So really, you're hoping for the 3, which is the biggest payout, close to 200. But the minimum is 109, so that ain't too shabby. You had the backdoor win on the last race, but hey, that's okay.
Well, it happens. See,
happens.
You know, I've had it both ways where
Yeah.
I've had big tickets alive, got the DQ, and it's just you want to cry over that, but sometimes you get it when things are going good.
Yeah, that's racing for sure. But anyway, good luck to you, and hopefully you keep it going here because that's a great start. I was just making a note on the 5 in my trip notes, and I mean, that was a good job by Neville just to stay on board. They clipped heels, obviously, and that horse ran a really good race to finish the way that she did after that start.
No doubt about it. I'm going to look at her a little bit more next time, as she did come off the pace, but maybe made the move a little early as he tried to get back into it. But let's carry on here. That's the past. We're going to present. Cara Mia Mine, what do you think her chances are?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, there is quite a bit of speed in here between the 1, the 2, even the 4 will press possibly if she likes. So if we see a duel, then I think it really sets up for one of the stalkers, maybe even a closer. But I mean, this horse has been racing tougher at Century Mile and was wide last time out, going 6. So I'm going to just toss that race. I think if she gets loose somehow, Gold Digging Darlin' has been showing speed but then fading. We'll see what happens here. This horse is dropping to 3,500, fits with these. So really it's just about whether or not she gets the trip.
For sure. Now over to number 2, Gold Digging Darlin'. What she brings to the race, blazing speed. Showed it last time out against West Princess, who we've seen win race number 2. The second place horse, Anwara, jumped up to 7,500, also won. So all of a sudden, this is becoming a key race. And Gold Digging Darlin' only got beat by 3 in there after running a good outing. Now takes a drop to 3,500. She is the predominant speed in here. Do you like her chances to go all the way?
Well, I don't think she can go all the way today. I do think that she would prefer 5.5. I think the 6, if you look at her record at 6, it's 0 for 5. If you look back to last year, her best races came at the 5 furlong and 5.5 furlong distance. I just think 6 might be just a tad too far, although the track, we discussed this sort of before going on air, the track does seem to be favoring speed and carrying speed. So
yes, for the first time in a while, because we've seen that in race number 1, Queen's Crown, usually quit after half a mile, lasted for 5/8, and then we've seen the duel with Camano Comet, 24-48. Usually it's an absolute fold after, but did battle all the way to the wire. And then last race, we've seen the winner go wire to wire, Truly and Terrific, unfortunately getting disqualified. But that's why I think, as we were talking, speed is going to do well. Let's go to number 3, Videra. Last time out, 25 non-winners of the year. A little belated rally and only got beat by 3 3/4 lengths in the end. Do you think her stalking chances are better in here with the other speed?
I do. I think that certainly at 12 to 1 morning line, 6 to 1 on the board right now, I think this horse has a shot. I like the jockey change. I like the 4 furlong work coming into the race. This horse has quite a bit of back class, was racing in stake races here at ASD over the past couple of years. So certainly I expect to see improvement second start and should get a good setup.
Over to number 4, Know What I Mean. Great debut, winning for 1,500. This one, tons of back class coming from Remington Park and Lone Star, racing in some real tough races, but all the races were pretty well going 5 and 5.5, but has won 3 out of 5 going the 6 furlongs. This is a big jump up to the 3,500. You think she can make this jump and be competitive?
Well, I do, just based on those previous races at Remington Park where she was running very competitive. Those are really tough fields, and you know, Jerry brought this horse here. I think he would have done the same thing, claimed, or you know, moved her up to this level after that win. So I think certainly she's capable. Could get a good trip in here, stalking and get first run. If she gets mixed up in the duel, though, I think her chances fade, obviously.
Okay, now let's take a look at number 5, Don't Get Smart. An invader coming from Gulfstream and previously Woodbine. Has a win in the non-3 lifer at Gulfstream, going the mile distance. Not a lot of short races, run the distance twice, 0 for 2. What do you make of this one? Off since only late March.
Yeah, off since only late March, but only has the one sort of slowish 3 furlong work. I like to give these horses a start, but let's face it, Gulfstream Park, even at bottoms, which 62.50 is there, that's tougher than this 3,500. So you never know, could wake up here, but I'm going to watch one.
And the 6, Small Surprise, coming out of that Jared Brown barn. This one made a move after sitting second behind Gold Diggin' Darlin and was right there after the 5/8 and then faded in the end. I think this horse moves forward off that race. Needed that one, good tightener. I think I'll have a chance if Gold Diggin' Darlin does falter.
Well, this is actually my top choice in here. I love the value I'm getting right now at 7-1. Jorge Carreño, Jared Brown, they almost got it done with Kamano Comet. I think this horse gets a good trip, and I think improves off of that first race where she did make a big run and then just tired late. Like you said, that's a key race she's potentially coming out of. So.
All right, over to our bets here, Marshall. Pick 4 time.
Yeah,
what do you got?
Well, I'm spreading out here. I think we've seen some good payouts. I think it's a tricky pick 4. I'm taking 4 horses with 3 horses. 3 horses and 3 horses. $108 I'm spending.
All right, Stretch is going for a $2 pick 4. He hit the all button in the first leg. 2 horses, key 2 horses. And myself, not spending a lot. I hit all in here. I think it's wide open with the 6, with the 1-7, with the 6-8. That'll cost you $24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,800. Number 1 is Carry Me a Mine, owned by Cam Ziprick, trained by Devin Gittins with Richard Mangley. The 2 is Gold Diggin' Darlin, owned by A2 Racing, trained by Michael Nault with Shamari Muir. Number 3 is Videra, owned by Doug Judy and Carmen Mustard and Heather Todorek, trained by Doug Mustard with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 4 is Know What I Mean, owned and trained by Elton Dickey, Stanley Chady Jr. in the saddle. Number 5 is Don't Get Smart, owned by Andrew Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Rounding out the field is number 6, Small Surprise, owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering here in race number 4. They go to post in 7 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Yeah, this is a tricky leg to kick off the pick four tonight. I'm going to look to the 1, the 3, and the 6 as my go-to horses. There could be a duel in here, which could set things up nicely for the 6, who should get first run. Second start off the layoff looks to be coming out of potentially a key race with West Princess winning the first today, and Wara coming back to win next out. We'll see if Small Surprise can also do that. Kirt?
Yeah, myself, as the track has seemed to play a little bit to speed, I went to number 2, Gold Diggin' Darlin'. This is the speed of the race. So she ran such a good race last time, and it was a key race where the first and second horses both came back to win. The third place horse, I expect big things out of that one also. So I think she can take it wire to wire, but I also like number 4, Know What I Mean-a. 6-1, Small Surprise, 4-1, underneath in the exactor. Good luck here in race 4. Karamia Mine, the first to settle in the starting gate. Gold Diggin' Darlin'. She finds her spot. Next up, Videra. Know What I Mean-a. Making her way in. 2 left to load. Don't Get Smart. And now just waiting on Small Surprise. They're all set. They're at the post. Cara Mia Mine fractious in the gate. And they're off. Quickly from the inside, Gold Diggin' Darlin' shoots on out to capture the early lead by a length and a half in between horses. Know What I Mean, 3 wide. Small Surprise, those 3 across the track. There's a gap of 4 lengths back to Videra on her outside. Cara Mia Mine, and then about another 3 more to the trailer. Don't Get Smart. The opening quarter, a quick 23-1. Still 3 across the track. Gold Diggin' Darlin'. And Small Surprise fading to third. Know What I Mean? Cara Mia Mine with a spirited bid from third. 4 more back. That's going to be Videra and Don't Get Smart the half. 46-2. They hit the head of the lane. Gold Diggin' Darlin' still with the lead. Small Surprise not giving up. Cara Mia Mine making a late bid on the outside. But at the 16th pole, Small Surprise now digs on in and is going on by and going to win by 2. Gold Diggin' Darlin' second best. Don't Get Smart with a good rally for third and fourth to Cara Mia Mine. The Stewart's supposed to number 6, Small Surprise. As your race winner, second goes to number 2, Gold Diggin' Darlin'. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter 23-1, the half 46-2. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113-3. Results of the photo show number 5, Don't Get Smart. Finishing third. Fourth goes to number 1, Cara Mia Mine. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 4, that's number 6, Small Surprise. Small Surprise is a bay filly, 4 years old, by Into Mischief. Out of the mare, Blue Eyes in their end by Magna Graduate. Owned by Ira Donald and Kane Couture. Trained by Jerry Brown and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113-3. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. There are no changes. Post time for race number 5, 19 minutes away. all set. They're at the post. Karamia Mine fractures in the gate. And they're off. Quickly from the inside, Gold Diggin' Darlin' shoots on out to capture the early lead by a length and a half in between horses. Know What I Mean, 3 wide. Small Surprise, those 3 across the track. There's a gap of 4 lengths back to Vidira on her outside. Karamia Mine, and then about another 3 more to the trailer. Don't Get Smart. The opening quarter, a quick 23-1. Still 3 across the track. Gold Diggin' Darlin' and Small Surprise fading to third. Know What I Mean, Karamia Mine with a spirited bid from third. 4 more back. That's going to be Vidira and Don't Get Smart the half. 46-2. They hit the head of the lane. Gold Diggin' Darlin' still with the lead. Small Surprise not giving up. Karamia Mine making a late bid on the outside. But at the 16th pole, Small Surprise now digs on in and is going on by and gonna win by 2. Gold Diggin' Darlin' second best. Don't Get Smart with a good rally for third and fourth to Karamia Mine.
Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 4, we had 4 claims to report. First off, claim for $3,500. Number 1, Karamia Mine. claimed by AA stable trainer Jared Brown. Also claimed for $3,500, number 2 Gold Diggin' Darlin, claimed by 2 Points Ranch trainer Jared Brown. Number 5 Don't Get Smart, also claimed for $3,500 by Roy Feedy trainer Shelley Brown. And your race winner, number 6 Small Surprise, claimed for $3,500 by Maria Stanford, owner trainer. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We're kicking off the late pick 3 with a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are maidens, only going the 5 furlong distance. Marshall, let's go to your top pick in here. You hit the pick 3, I hit the pick 3. We're rolling along today.
You slam dunked the pick 3, $630 return on your $30 investment. Very well done.
Well, it's always nice when you have the all button pressed. You just say, okay, favorite, please don't win.
That's right. You just sit back, relax, and enjoy the race and
but
cheer.
I'm usually the one that gets the favorite, though. Just putting that out there.
Yeah.
Okay. Who do you like in here?
I'm sure every horse player feels that way. Yeah, that's common ground. Okay, so I'm going to go. Well, I think there's a couple ways that you have to look at this race, or one way in particular. The race goes through 6 Storm Squall, 2 to 5 on the board. Obviously, not a horse that you're going to find any value with, at least on a win bet. This horse, the real benefit here is 2 things. One, going 5 furlongs today, cutting back from 5.5. And then the track is certainly playing to speed. It's we've seen speed last a long way in every race so far, and I think today's the day for sure for Storm Squall. It's now or never. But having said that, I just don't trust the horse at 2 or 3 to 5. So I've looked elsewhere a bit in here, Kirt. I do like the 7 Crimson Bow dropping from maiden special weight to bottoms. Obviously, we could see a wake up in here just based on that drop alone, and then the 5. I'll mention the 5 Secret Agent Gal, firster for Courtney Ross. The horse has 2 sibs, one named Tucker Time, 10 starts, 4 wins, 1 second, 4 thirds. So 9 out of 10 in the money, and the horse won its first 3 starts. That's a full sib. So at 20 to 1, I mean, this is a must-use horse for me in some pick 3s and underneath maybe even some exactors with the 6 and 7. Those are my top 3, Kirt.
Yeah, definitely comes in with nice workouts too. The most latest 102 and 3 out of the gate, debuts on Lasix. But I'm straight to number 6, Storm Squall. Denied in the last 2. Funky Justice had the winter racing under the belt and came from the clouds to storm on by. Last time out, it was I Am Anya, who just got by at the wire, but then came back in a non-2 lifer and ran a good second again. So Storm Squall wasn't beat by a lucky horse by any stretch. Was beat by a horse on the upswing. So that's why I really like the 6. I also like number 1, Indy Front. Tampa horses do really well here. And this is a good looking one. We've seen Jennifer Jordan in the last with number 5, Don't Get Smart, closing all kinds of ground to run 3rd. Indy Front predominantly running around 2 turns and really hitting the board. But I really like the workout coming in 37 flat for a road horse. That last race at Tampa for maiden 16, yeah, it wasn't in there, but the start before that, going 7 furlongs, That is a nice race, I think. Beaten 9 3/4 lengths. If you can run that race, I think it could be in here too. And I also expect an improved effort off number 4, Patty's Choice, who last time out I thought would offer speed to the race, but offered absolutely nothing. So I think this one off for 2 years. Now it's going to need that start that it had, and it'll go forward. So I'm going to take 6, 1, and 4. Let's go straight to our bets here in race number 5, starting with you, Marshall.
Well, it's not my favorite race on the card. I'm going to box 3 horses for a total of $12.
All right, and then you got Stretch over there doing an exactor box. He's taking 6 and 7 with the 4, 5, 6, 7. And I'm going after the late pick 3, but a $10 one. I'm going 6 with 1, 7 with 6 for a cost of $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is Indy Front, owned by Andrew Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 2 is Justice Was Served, owned by Andrew Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Dwight Lewis. Number 3 is Gotcha Brandy, owned by Gail Hochsteiner, trained by Martin Buffalo with Sheldon Chickeness. The 4 is Patty's Choice, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. The 5, Secret Agent Gal, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Stanley Chady Jr. The 6 is Storm Squall, owned by Manny Miaderos and Glenn Miller, trained by Jim Donnelly with Shamari Muir. Rounding out the field is number 7, Crimson Bow, owned by Shelley Brown and Larry Falloon, trained by Shelley Brown with Kayla Pizarro. Post time for race number 5, 5 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
I think it's now or never for number 6, Storm Squall. Gets the benefit of cutting back from 5.5 to 5 panels in here. The track surface seems to be playing to speed tonight, so I think there's an advantage there as well. Assuming the horse gets out of the gate, gets a loose lead, I think she'll be really tough. The 7, Crimson Bow, dropping in from maiden special weight. Second start, Lifetime has every right to improve as well. And the 5 is a firster. 6-1 seems a little bit light, but has the pedigree. Kirt?
Yeah, myself, I'm all over number 6, Storm Squall. Yeah, the price is low at 1-2, but fits the racetrack. I think this horse, the speed will carry, and they are only going 5 furlongs, so I'm looking at some exactors in here. I like number 1, Indy Front, coming from Tampa, and also look at number 2, Justice Was Served, the other one with speed, but I think the 6 is going to take it. Good luck here in race 5. Starter Derek Corbell has the front gates open for the current 1-5 favorite Storm Squall. When she loads, jockey Shamari Muir will hop back aboard. Storm Squall is now in. Indy Front tucked away. Next up, Justice Was Served. Gotcha Brandy is next. Patty's Choice, she's ready to step in. 2 left to load. Secret Agent Gal will load without jockey Stanley Chady Jr. And now just waiting on Crimson Bow to the outside. Gotcha Brandy, fractious in the starting gate. Crimson Bow was half in. Now they're going to load Crimson Bow with outrider Caleb Pizarro. Crimson Bow putting up a little fuss. They're going to open the front gates for number 7, Crimson Bow. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch to report in this 5th race. Scratch number 7, Crimson Bow. Once again, a late scratch to report in this 5th race. Scratch number 7, Crimson Bow. If you use number 7, Crimson Bow, In your pick 3s, pick 4s, and pick 5s, the favorite at post time will be substituted. Late scratch here in race number 5, scratch the 7, Crimson Bow. Ladies and gentlemen, they are unloading all the horses here in race number 5, and they will reload approximately 3 minutes to post for race 5. Indy front, justice was served, and now Gotcha Brandy in the starting gate. First one to go in was Storm Squall. Patty's Choice now moves in, and just waiting on Secret Agent Gal. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, that's Storm Squall, who quickly takes over the early lead and opens up by 3. Secret Agent Gal has aim on her in second, back to third for Patty's Choice. Justice was served. Right behind in fourth, and then a gap of 3 more back to Gotcha Brandy, and Indy front can see them all. 22 and 4, a quick opening quarter, and Storm Squall still with the lead. Secret Agent Gal in an all-out pursuit from second. Justice was served, rallying from third, back in fourth. Patty's Choice, they hit the head of the lane, and it's Storm Squall In control through a half of 47 and 2. They hit the 16th pole. Storm Squall is gonna win by 5. Second's gonna go to Secret Agent Gal. Third to Justice Was Served. And fourth, Gotcha Brandy. The stewards have posted number 6, Storm Squall, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Secret Agent Gal. Third to number 2, Justice Was Served. And fourth to number 3, Gotcha Brandy. They went the opening quarter 22 and 4. The half 47 and 2. Time for the 5 furlongs, 101. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 5, that's number 6, Storm Squall. Storm Squall is a Bay filly, 4 years old, by Freud, out of the mare Pretty Squall by River Squall. Owned by Manny Miaderos and Glenn Miller, trained by Jim Donnelly, and ridden to victory by Shamari Muir. Time for the 5 furlongs, 101. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Kicking off late double wagering, there are no changes. Late double offered here in race number 6. Field is set, they're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, that's Storm Squall, who quickly takes over the early lead and opens up by 3. Secret Agent Gal has aim on her in second, back to third for Patty's Choice. Justice Was Served right behind in fourth, and then a gap of 3 more back to Gotcha Brandy, and Indy Front can see them all. 22 and 4, a quick opening quarter, and Storm Squall still with the lead. Secret Agent Gal in an all-out pursuit from second. Justice was served, rallying from third, back in fourth. Patty's Choice, they hit the head of the lane, and it's Storm Squall in control through half of 47 and 2. They hit the 16th pole. Storm Squall is gonna win by 5. Second's gonna go to Secret Agent Gal. Third to Justice was served, and fourth, Gotcha Brandy.
And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We got an allowance race for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred colts and geldings, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs, kicking off late double wagering. A special welcome to TVG and all their race fans for joining us for the nightcap here in the late double. Okay, so if you haven't joined us, obviously Speed has been doing well. If you watch a little replays or watch it on the side, Speed is kind of what you want on tonight's racetrack. So in saying that, we're going to hand it over to Marshall. Marshall, what do you got? What do you like?
Okay, this is the race of the night, no question about it. Manitoba Bred's allowance race. You've got a bunch of 3-year-olds, up-and-comers, racing against some older horses in here, multiple winners that have proven themselves in open company. So we're up for a great race here, I think. You're talking about speed, Kirt. Well, there is no shortage of speed in this race.
No doubt about that.
Pick your poison. There's speed from the 3-year-olds. There's certainly speed from some of the older horses in here. I mean, who do you think's going to the lead? Let me toss it back to you.
Well, most definitely number 3, Right of Vengeance, has one way of going. That's Catch Me If You Can. And last time out against City Champ, who has now won 3 in a row and won the Golden Boy just last night. Was in good company there, but now tackles these older ones. And you can even add Bite the Bullet Bro to the speed. The one Persability did not show it last time out, but had a terrible break out of the gate. And Del Vecchio has really good speed also. So this is definitely going to be fire up front.
Yeah, for sure. I think 3 and 5, you nailed it with those two. I see those two on the engine for sure. I think 1 and 7. Let's go. Let's take a look at Del Vecchio. That's my favorite horse in here. He ran a fabulous race last time against very tough company. And what I really like is the cutback from 7 furlongs to 6 in here. I think he'll stalk. That last race sets him up for just a good stalking position. I think Kayla will be patient on the outside. Let the duelers come back to him a bit, make his move down the lane. This horse, has had lots of success here at ASD over the years. So that's my top choice, Kirt. The
one thing I really like about Del Vecchio is it can go to the front or be in a stalking role. It doesn't matter with this horse. It's whatever the jockey wants to do, that is what's going to happen. And you see with Kayla Pizarro, she's done both. She's went to the front, come off the pace. She ran a great race against Persability last year in a non-2 lifetime allowance where she let Persability have the lead in there. But I think Del Vecchio will be sitting close today just by the way the racetrack is playing. Maybe sit a couple lengths off, let Right of Vengeance just go out there as hard and as far as it can, and then try and gulp it up at about the 18th or at the 8th pole.
Yeah, that's definitely how I see it. The 4 McCaig, let's take a look at McCaig in here. This is another horse that you look back at the PP, so he's freaked on 2 separate occasions, winning by 10 and winning by 14. But I thought his last race was one of his gutsiest performances where he ran down Euro Silverbiz, a well-regarded 3-year-old that came here from Aqueduct, who was loose in that race. And McCaig just kept coming and managed to run him down. I think he'll appreciate the added half furlong in here. Question for me is he good enough to beat the top 2, being Persability and Del Vecchio?
Well, McCaig's 2 big wins by 10 and 14, 20 cents on the dollar, 40 cents on the dollar. There was none of these kind in either of those races. McCaig's going to have to run twice as good, I think. Yes, taking money on the board currently, co-favorite at 2-1, has a good running style, but really has to step it up.
Yeah, absolutely. The last horse I'll mention here is the 1 Persability. You touched on the first start. Just look at the horse's record, though. 11 for 14 in the exacta at ASD, 8-1 on the board. I think it could be a key easily in exotics.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But I'm going to throw a long shot in there that I thought would be a long shot. Number 5, Bite the Bullet Bro, currently taking 3-1 money. Bothered at the break last time for 75. And the horse that won that race, Silver Spun, we were all over that horse. And the horse that had the lead was Hot Roddin. If Hot Roddin was in this race, it would have the lead. No ifs, ands, or buts. So Bite the Bullet Bro ran a great race at 50-1. and is getting respect and should. I'm just surprised Del Vecchio right now at 7-1. That is absolutely amazing. Well, let's go to our bets here in race number 6. Started off with you, Marshall.
Well, Del Vecchio is my top choice. I'm going to play a double wheel off of the 7. I'm going to use 6 and 8 to close it out, Kirt.
Isn't that Stretch's bet?
You're absolutely right.
Okay, yeah. I'm just kind of looking at that screen there.
I do like his bet, obviously.
Okay.
I'm going to box my top 3 choices, the older horses, 1, 4, and 7.
All right, and I'm going to take a $20 late double, 7 and 6. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 6. We'll see you back for race 7. The horses on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $15,000. Number 1 is Percibility, owned by Manny Miaderos and John Clement, trained by Jim Donnelly with Nyrone Austin. Number 2 is Not Afraid, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Right of Vengeance, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins with Richard Mangley. Number 4 is McKeag, owned by Nirco Limited, trained by Carl Anderson with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 5 is Bite the Bullet Bro, owned by Hardball Stable, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Dwight Lewis. Number 6 is Impressive Sense, owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Leroy Nelson. Rounding out our featured field is number 7, Del Vecchio, owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Kayla Pizarro. Post time for race number 6, 5 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Wow, what a great race we have here in the 6th at ASD. Do you like the young ones? Do you like the veterans? You take your pick. There's some up-and-comers in here. There's some proven older horses. I like the outside horse, the 7. They've made this horse the odds-on favorite now, and deservedly so. Ran a great race at open level, 10,000 last time. Cuts back from 7 furlongs to 6. Should get a good trip. I think there will be a duel in here. It's all up to Del Vecchio for me. Kirt?
Yeah, I'm with you, Marshall. Del Vecchio, what I like about this horse, it does not have to go to the lead. There is some cutthroat speed in here with the 3 horse, Red of Vengeance, and the 5, Bite the Bullet Bro. So Del Vecchio can just play the stalking role and wait and try and pounce on him at the 8th pole, which I think is going to happen. But maybe use Bite the Bullet Bro for a piece of that exactor. Good luck here in race 6. Persability will be the first to take its place. Next up, Right of Vengeance. McKeag from the middle is set to go in. Bite the Bullet Bros turn. Impressive Sense moving in. 2 left to load. On the inside, Not Afraid. Bite the Bullet Bro, Fractious in the starting gate. Now just waiting on the 4 to 5 choice. Del Vecchio from the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle, Bite the Bullet Bro. Away well, but on the inside, McKeag and Not Afraid. Battle to get the front end, and Not Afraid takes over by a half a length. In between horses, McKeag, 3 wide, Del Vecchio. Bite the Bullet Bro in 4th, Persability. Hugging the rail in 5th, another length and a half back to Impressive Sense and Right of Vengeance. Is the early trailer, the opening quarter, a blistering 22-3. And Del Vecchio takes over as Not Afraid check going into the turn. Bite the Bullet Bro making a wide move in 2nd. McKeag back in 3rd. Persability hugging the rail 45-3 to the half. They hit the head of the lane. Del Vecchio still with the lead by 2. The rail hugging Persability now gets off and goes after Del Vecchio as they come up to the 16th pole. Del Vecchio digging in. Persability with one last try, but not going to get there. Del Vecchio takes it. Persability second best. Third's going to go to McKeag, and 4th to Impressive Sense. Stewart's opposed to number 7, Del Vecchio as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Persability. Third to number 4, McKeag. And 4th to number 6, Impressive Sense. They went the opening quarter 22-3. The half 45-3. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 6, that's number 7, Del Vecchio. Del Vecchio is a bay gelding, 5 years old, by Where's the Ring, out of the mare Briar Flash by Hurricane Center. Owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., and ridden to victory by Caleb Pizarro. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12 and 3. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Scratch number 2 locked in, and number 4 Pucker will run with blinkers on. Once again here in race number 7, scratch number 2 locked in, and number 4 Pucker, an equipment change, will run with blinkers on. Jackpot high five wagering with the carryover just under $13,000. They're going to go to post in 18 minutes. And they're off. From the middle, Bite the Bullet, bro. Away well, but on the inside, McKeag, and Not Afraid. Battle to get the front end, and Not Afraid takes over by a half a length. In between horses, McKeag, 3 wide, Del Vecchio. Bite the Bullet, bro, in 4th, Perciability. Hugging the rail in 5th, another length and a half back to Impressive Sense and Right of Vengeance. Is the early trailer, the opening quarter, a blistering 22 and 3. And Del Vecchio takes over as Not Afraid check going into the turn. Bite the Bullet, bro, making a wide move in 2nd. McKeag back in 3rd. Perciability hugging the rail, 45 and 3 to the half. They hit the head of the lane. Del Vecchio still with the lead by 2. The rail-hugging Perciability now gets off and goes after Del Vecchio as they come up to the 16th pole. Del Vecchio digging in. Perciability with one last try, but not going to get there. Del Vecchio takes it. Perciability second best. Third's going to go to McKeag, and 4th to Impressive Sense.
And welcome back down to the paddock for race number 7. It's jackpot high five time. The carryover just under $13,000. Scratch the 2 locked in. And number 4, Pucker, will run with blinkers on for these 3 and up maidens going 6 furlongs. Okay, Marshall, what do you like?
Okay, well, let's just recap that last race. Del Vecchio did not disappoint. Went right to the lead, basically. Dueled a bit with the 2, one of the 3-year-olds, and just put that one away. Kept running. Perciability had a bit of a slow start. Thought that horse ran a really good race.
It ran a great race.
Yeah.
If someone could have kept Del Vecchio a little warmed up right to the head of the lane, Perciability had the shot, but those 2 have exchanged places, and better races to come with those 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still early in the in the meet, obviously, so we'll see if the 3-year-olds can turn the tables on the older veterans as the as the season goes on here. Okay, race 7, Kirt. I'm going to go right. We talked about speed. Obviously, I'm going to gravitate towards speed in this nightcap. The 6, Major Shepherd, to me looks to be the speed of the speed. Coming here from Century Mile, this horse is showing 22 and change, big speed out there, dueling. Hasn't been able to get the job done in 2 starts so far, but I think this horse could get loose in here, and if he does, he'll be awfully tough. I don't like the fact that he's been the beaten fave in his last 3 starts. He won that first maiden race, ran his best buyer, and since then got DQ'd, so didn't get the win, of course, and then since then has been running second. So I don't love that, but I do think today, change of scenery, change of tracks, he goes right to the lead, and Richard does not look back.
Yeah, I really like this horse. There is speed to the inside of him, though. Pucker does have speed, the 4 horse, and the 5, Call the Cops, has speed to offer also. But I'm with you that Major Shepherd is the predominant speed. I like that it showed speed, fell back a little, came back on, and then, it flattened out late. But it is the only horse in here that has gone the 6 furlongs already this year. So I like that as a big advantage inside the 16th pole. So I'm giving him the top play. But I also like number 8, Red Astaire. Red Astaire ran a good one last time out and had the lead, but then Eviscerator came and swooped him late. And Eviscerator had some really good form on it, even though it was from 2019. But it was racing in the big circuits and being competitive there. That was a Jerry Gorno horse that he had ready to go at first asking. So I expect Red Astaire to run a big one also.
Yeah, I like Red Astaire. 3rd start off the layoff. Did run a good race last out. I think we'll see some further improvement. Has been running at Woodbine over the past year or so. Couldn't quite get the job done there. Did drop to bottoms. But I think that last race sets her up for a good run in here. Could get a good trip.
Yeah, another horse I like here, if there is the meltdown on the front end, a lot of times it's amazing how we see speed do well all day, and then come the 7th race and everybody jumps on the speed horses, and what happens? The closers come a-running, and I'm looking at number 1, Devil's Time. I think this horse really needed those first 2 outings. And this horse showed some good late run in a few of his starts last year. I don't think he's a win contender, but definitely I think he's one that could charge down the lane and maybe bump up your tractor prices. Currently only 8-1 on the board, but I expect that to balloon come post time.
Yeah, no, I think we'll see that price rise for sure. Is one of the other 4-year-old, one of 2 4-year-olds with the 8, Red Astaire. So an advantage there. I think it's a good use underneath for sure.
Okay, and now number 5, Call the Cops. We really like this horse. First time out, beat at 35 cents, and then came back and Not Afraid did very well and won easily by 8.5, but they take the Lasix off today. Do you think there's going to be a remarkable improvement? Because I think to win this race, Call the Cops has to really step it up now that it's going against open company besides just restricted.
Well, that's the key, right? That was the Manitoba breds the last two races. It's stiffer competition today. But I do like the fact that you're getting Jorge Carreño, the leading rider. So that should definitely be a plus. I still, though, 3rd start off the layoff, I still prefer others, though.
Okay, what about number 3, Peb? This horse didn't show anything first time out. Just trailed the field, lackluster, but came back with a really nice workout, 48-4. This is what you said, watch out for. Some signs that a horse can improve. I think that is a sign there.
That is a definite sign, and just, take a look at the breeding. This horse has a really nice pedigree, bred by the Phipps stable in Kentucky. So this horse has a nice pedigree, and that could be a wake-up work for sure.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Let's call it our TG fan wagers. Okay, let's close this off nicely. We got Stretch's bet, 40 to place on the 8. I don't know if you're going to get any more than double your money, but nothing wrong with double your money. Marshall, what do you got?
I've had the last couple of exactor boxes. I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to box my 3 top choices for $5 in the box. 4, 6, and 8. Cost me $30.
All right, I'm doing my favorite triactor wheel, which usually costs $6. 6, 8, 6, 8 with 1, 3, 4. But I'm going to make it a $5 wheel, so it's going to cost you $30. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 7, and we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central, for ASD Live. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $16,000. Number 1 is Devil's Time, owned and trained by Steve Thompson. Shamari Muir aboard. Number 2 locked in was Scratched. Number 3 is Peb, owned by High Road Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Neville Stevenson. Number 4, that's Pucker, owned by Shelley Brown and Steve Holborn, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 5 is Call the Cops, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Elton Dickey with Jorge Carreño. The 6 is Major Shepherd, owned by Kenneth Amthor, trained by Gordon Amthor with Richard Mangley. Number 7 is T-Class, owned and trained by Alan Brown, Dwight Lewis aboard. Rounding out the field is number 8, Red Astaire, owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson with Stanley Chady Jr. Jackpot high 5 wagering here in race number 7. They go to post in 6 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Well, it's been a speed holding kind of night here at ASD, so I'm going to go right to the speed of the speed. That's number 6, Major Shepherd. Third start off the layoff, has been racing in Alberta. Those are really fast times. Those are definitely speedball times for me. I think this horse gets to the lead. I don't like the fact he's been the beaten fave in the last 3 races, so that's a bit of a pause, but I think the track's playing to his style, so it's his race to lose. Kirt?
Yeah, I'm with you, Marshall. I also like number 6 and Major Shepherd. He looks like one that could be a little special. I like that he's already gone the 6 furlong distance and the only one in the field. Red Astaire on the outside could be a good stalker. If the 4 and 6 want to battle, Red Astaire won't be far away. This should be a great nightcap race, but I'm taking the 6 in here. Good luck here in race number 7.
Post time!
Devil's Time. The first one loaded. Well, Devil's Time is halfway in. Next up will be Peb. Pucker now getting set to move in. Call the Cops is next. Major Shepherd, the current second favorite on the board at 8-5, moves in. 2 left to load. T-Class. And now just waiting on the favorite, Red Astaire. Red Astaire getting a little help from the gate crew. He's now in. They're at the post. And they're off in the nightcap. From the middle of the track, that's Pucker, who shows some real good early speed and goes out and takes command early. Call the Cops. Not making it easy, and now battles for the lead. Goes on by. Pokes a half length in front. Red Astaire sitting nicely. Watching the action. 2 lengths back. Another 3 lengths to Devil's Time on the rail to his outside. That's going to be Peb. Another length is going to be T-Class and the trailer. Major Shepherd. 22-4 the opening quarter. Call the Cops with the lead. Pucker is back to second. Now Red Astaire is making a nice move on the outside in third. In fourth, Major Shepherd making a bold move from the back. They hit the head of the lane. It's Call the Cops on the inside. Red Astaire goes on by and grabs the lead. Major Shepherd with one last try, but is gonna be running out of ground. Red Astaire takes race number 7. Second's gonna go to Major Shepherd, and third to number 1, Devil's Time. The Stewart's supposed to number 8, Red Astaire, as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Major Shepherd. Third to number 1, Devil's Time. And fourth to number 7, T-Class. They went the opening quarter 22-4. The half 46-2. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 7, that's number 8, Red Astaire. Red Astaire is a chestnut gelding, 4 years old, by Old Forester. Out of the mare, Tap the Rhythm by Montbrook. Owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13. Congratulations goes out to jockey Stanley Chady Jr. That's the hat trick. 3 wins for jockey Stanley Chady Jr. And they're off in the nightcap. From the middle of the track, that's Pucker, who shows some real good early speed and goes out and takes command early. Call the Cops. Not making it easy and now battles for the lead. Goes on by, pokes a half length in front. Red Astaire sitting nicely. Watching the action, 2 lengths back, another 3 lengths to Devil's Time on the rail to his outside. That's gonna be Peb. Another length is gonna be T-Class, and the trailer, Major Shepherd. 22 and 4 the opening quarter. Call the Cops with the lead. Pucker is back to second. Now Red Astaire is making a nice move on the outside in third. In fourth, Major Shepherd making a bold move from the back. They hit the head of the lane. It's Call the Cops on the inside. Red Astaire goes on by and grabs the lead. Major Shepherd with one last try, but is gonna be running out of ground. Red Astaire takes race number 7. Second's gonna go to Major Shepherd, and third to number 1, Devil's Time.